Hello, hello. I am Amanda, the Scraptastic Crocheter, and I just felt like crocheting some. Hope you want to crochet some with me. And I hope you had a good day. Let's see. Can we figure this out? I think I have stuff figured out really soon. Yes. Hello, Suzanne. How are you doing? Good to see you. And that's what I wanted to do. Hello, Marcus. Yeah, the blanket is definitely, it's getting somewhere for sure. And yes, we're not 1600, you guys. That happened today during the day. I was like, I'm amazed. I didn't think I didn't know that we had come so close. So how are you guys doing today? I have been crocheting a bit since you might be able to tell that it's a little bit bigger than yesterday. And I have not done today's row on the temperature blanket, so I will be doing that in a little bit too. I have had Mini-Me here today, and she's still not, she's still sick, so she can't be at daycare. And I'll be spending some time with her tomorrow again, but then again, she's coming home to me tomorrow. So, I have no idea what we're gonna do this weekend. Do you guys have weekend plans? I am just gonna continue crocheting away and I don't know, cry about everything being a mess. Oh, that sounds nice, Marcus. Cleaning laundry, that's your weekend? I am not jealous. Cleaning and laundry is definitely needed. I am just not sure how well I can do any of that, jumping around on crutches. So I don't know what to prioritize. Yeah, that's my issue at the moment. Prioritizing what's most urgent, I guess. Big snowstorm coming Sunday. So have you prepped with plenty of yarn to keep you warm? Cuddling yarn in snowstorms, good isolation. Prioritize comfort. Well, yeah, I am doing that, but at some point, you know, I need clothes. But food is what I have been prioritizing, cooking and eating. I felt like that would be the biggest thing at the moment. But I do feel like the foot is feeling better. When I've been doing things like cooking and just been up on my feet, I really feel it in the foot. So I really need to try and rest. I guess it's just, yeah, just cooking food and moving around a little bit. Yeah, I feel it for some time after. So there's that. So I have done, how much have I done since Where were we? We were down here, I think. Or did I do some yeah, because I've done puff stitches. More puff stitches. Because that had to happen. These colors look blue compared to this. We got a bunch of shades of purple, but it doesn't really look... I don't know, the camera's showing this as blue, but it's not. We're not at the blues yet. I guess it's more of a bluish purple. It's more like I'd say lavender-esque, so maybe that is a little bluer. Well, yes and no. I have cut that off, color controlling, because new row, and this was like the itty bitty pieces that I had left, and it didn't feel like starting a row and then have to cut or like get some new yarn ends to sew in. So for that I did color control, but the rest no. Not more than I've cut all of these cakes up to well, kind of put them in a different order than what the cakes would have been otherwise. So that's the type of color control I'm doing. Just rearranging the color order. I am at a corner, right? Yes. At a corner. And so there is some places where we have like, yeah, here we have a change in the middle of the row. I think you can see the purple and the pink kind of very obvious there. Well, the thing is I'm using two different colorways, so I had to cut them to combine them. Here is one. Where's the other? I know I had the other one here. Here. So I had Niffler, and I had two of this, so I had cut them down to put the colors together from the two cakes. And then I have this giant, so since I have two, well, fairly similar, you can see that it's basically two rainbows, but they are different. Like there's different shades of all the colors. There's no colors that is the same in both of them. As far as I can tell, it all looks very, like they're close, but not the same. So just getting everything into like one gradient rainbow, I had to cut it up. But yeah, this is the two colorways that I'm using. So I had two of this, just regular mandala Nifflers, and then this one big giant. But it's yeah, we did talk about this. So pretty much double, because I had two of this, so that would be 10.6 ounces of the Niffler, and the big one is 10.5 ounces, because it's just this times 2 and then plus that. So we have 2,160 meters and 600 grams, I think. If my math is mathing, you guys can calculate. But this plus this times 2, and that's all we got. Yeah. So what are you doing today, Suzanne? Is there any prepping before the storm, or do you feel like you're good on that. Okay, let's just check something really quick. Charging flashlights left, but everything else it's done. Nice. It's gotta feel good though. If you know you have a storm coming and you just feel like you can relax because everything is sorted, that's awesome. You have a great evening, Marcus. Talk to you later. Just have a nice evening. You're crocheting a hank of Malabrigo sock you won from Michi into a boomerang scarf. Ooh, Malabrigo, that's fancy stuff. What color? I have never had my hands on any Malabrigo yarn, but I don't know. All the Malabrigo I think I've seen, as far as I'm aware of, is animal fibers, so maybe there is no Malabrigo that I should be playing with anyway. Hello Tam, how are you doing? Good to see you. And how's Squiddy? Purples and bluish teals. That sounds gorgeous. And 100% merino. Yeah, that definitely sounds like a fancy yarn. Fancy yarn usually comes in hanks, so. Squiddy's not good. That is no good. So he gets extra cuddles. Extra cuddles when you're poorly is always nice. Like extra on top of extra. Well, if the opportunity pops up, you know, if you need some cuddles, you take them cuddles, right? Especially like now, my mini-me's sick. I gets extra cuddles because she gets extra, I guess, needy when she's not feeling good. I think a lot of kids do that. When they're not feeling good, they get extra, like, wanting to be close. I still had time to crochet, so I am happy. that this blanket is growing, because I don't want to rush it, and I don't think I will have to, but it kind of feels like it needs to be done for her birthday. So I just need to get it done. Some of these rows feels like they take forever, but they don't. But I definitely feel like this blanket is, well, I'm feeling that it's getting bigger because the rows are getting longer. You get that? You get like that on the rare occasions that you're not feeling good? Yeah, I think a lot of us do. I feel like we should be getting more snow soon. It's not snowing. It hasn't snowed for a few days, but it has melted a little bit, and I'd like to see some more snow because I'm starting to see patches of, well, grass again. I don't like that. Not yet. How's the foot anyway? Well, it is feeling better every day, but it gets, yeah, I can only stand up for short moments. Being up and about, cooking and whatnot, I feel it afterwards. So I should probably rest more than what I've done. And I've been resting pretty much all day, but I had to get up and cook. Unfortunately, you need food. Would be nice to take a break from that until the foot is good again, but no, not an option. I did have the option of a fairly lazy cooking today, though. The air fryer did all the work. Chicken nuggets and fries. And I had a happy mini-me. Now that would be awesome. Having someone to help out. Oh, yeah, I definitely would like to have some cleaning done around the house. But that's for another day. Kind of frustrating though, because my birthday is coming up, and there's probably going to be one or two people coming over for coffee or something for that, like my dad. And it would be nice if I had the opportunity to clean this place before that happens, so I feel like it's okay to invite people in. So it's a bit of a bummer that my birthday is coming up really soon, and I can't clean. Just the timing is bad. You'll hire a cleaner, you only cook. Well, that's one way of doing things. It's cute to hear Swedish kids eat nuggets and fries. Well, we do have McDonald's. Nuggets and fries is yummy. It was a bit of a treat when I grew up. It wasn't something we got very often. But yeah, nowadays it's not the same way. The kids get that at school and stuff. Maybe not so much fries, because fries in school usually doesn't, yeah, they don't work out that well when they cook for a lot of people, because, yeah, there's no deep fryers and stuff in schools here. They only work with ovens and humongous pots and pans. Most of the stuff is just like heated in ovens. And I don't think fries really work out good that way. So yeah, that's not something that happens very often here. It's not considered to be a healthy option, so it just isn't something you'd see in the school foods. Yeah, as a school lunch. It would be more likely like nuggets and rice. That would be what they'd get in school. Hamburgers, hot dogs, and pizza? Yes. It's rare to see that in school. Burgers is rare. Hot dogs is definitely more common. Pizza on occasion. But, like, in a regular week, like, there could be, like, burgers and pizza really any day. What was it yesterday? Or was it the day before that? It's Thursday today. Tuesday we had McDonald's for dinner. Because I had mini-me for late. Her dad had a long day of doing things, and as a thanks for helping out entertaining her during the days, he decided that food was his to be sorted, so he picked up McDonald's. But yeah, that could happen, like, I don't know, not once a week, perhaps like once every other week that I have some type of takeout. It's usually either like pizza, kebab, or McDonald's, I'd say, is like the go-to takeout foods. So Swedish kids lunch, it could be a lot of things. There's usually a very big variation of things, but a typical, we kind of have, like, I don't want to say a pattern, but there's a pattern or a system to things. On Tuesdays, it's fish. On Thursdays, it's very often soup, and it can be split pea soup with pancakes. Very, very Swedish combination. So you have split pea soup. Split pea soup. And pancakes. That's, in the military, you get that every Thursday. That's, yeah. If you're in the military, you get pea soup with mustard and some pork in it, as well as pancakes. But you also get that in schools. It's your 50th birthday this year? You're hoping all your friends will save up and buy you a date with Zoe Deschanel. Well, that would be something, wouldn't it? Savory pancakes or sweet pancakes? Well, for us, pancakes is what you'd call crepe, or like that type of pancake. We don't have the thick pancakes. We have thin pancakes. Then usually it's with like strawberry jam. That is like the, I want to say, the most common way of serving it. I do prefer lingonberry jam though. Is that where I'm supposed to be? Yes. Hello, Ricky. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Hope you had a good day. And David, hello, hello. Good evening. Good to see you. So, Ricky, are you busy packing stuff? Or can you sit down for a bit? So is that good enough? Yeah, it looks good enough. It shouldn't be pulling. Yeah, that's looking good. You're doing very well. Almost done packing. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. And yeah. I think I have this row figured out. The essential left packing. Well, foot is tired because I was up and around and did some cooking and things earlier. So now I need to sit down and, well, I'm here with you guys. So I am sitting down. So that's good. So I don't know how I feel about the colors anymore. Like we have this like really, really big yellow blob and then a bunch of different shades of yellow, and then we get all these like orangey, peachy, pink ones. But the purples feel a little, I don't know, they don't flow as well. Because, well, it is just a bit different. And since the rows are longer and the yarn is, well, not that I don't have more and more of each color. I just will have to deal with the fact that there's, well, we got some darker popcorns over here, but we got the lighter popcorns over here. So, yeah. I just have to deal with it. I wish maybe now seeing this that I could color control it more, but I don't have enough yarn for that. But I guess it's also because I'm so used to my other type of gradient cakes, and the gradient in those are like really slow fade. You don't really see it as much. It's a more of a subtle fade on those. So what's everyone's dinner today? Did you have dinner yet? What will you be cooking? Oh, also very typical school lunch for the kids. Swedish meatballs. Pasta, meat sauce. Very typical stuff. Also like pasta, carbonara. But yeah, in Sweden there is definitely meatballs in the school lunch. I'm just thinking like what was my favorite school lunches? Fish for sure was a popular one. Just fish with a cold. We have a cold. It just called the school fish sauce. Awesome. With potatoes, and the fish was like well, coated in breadcrumbs and stuff. Not deep fried, but just, you know, crispy fish. Awesome. Ricky knows what I'm talking about. Two boiled eggs and toast. Oh, I have a nail I need to. I don't want to have nail dust all over the blanket, so I'm just gonna move over a little bit and get rid of this little snaggy bit. Okay, that should be good enough. Stacy, are you hiding in the scrap basket, sweetie? Boiled eggs on toast is not something you'd ever find here because eggs and me are not friends. I don't like them. pork chops with potatoes and sauce. That sounds good. As long as the pork chops didn't have the bones. Like, I am not a fan of having bones on my plate. I can eat, you know, grilled chicken, pork, whatever. If there's no bone on my plate, I get to clean it off before it ends up on my plate. Then it's fine. So yeah, me eating ribs, not gonna happen. Or like chicken wings and stuff like that, also not my thing. You had bratwurst for dinner, sausage. Medallions seasoned with pepper and garlic. Well, that sounds good. I might have to stop by for dinner sometime, right? Sounds like Ricky knows how to do some good cooking. I might have to try it. I have tried Rita's cooking. She's a good cook. You're calling it batwurst? That sounds right. That sounds about right. Yep. How could you go wrong with a batwurst? Thank you. Good to know. We're getting all sorts of different stitch combinations here. There's so far nothing that's really the same. It's similar, but it's not the same. I like it. Like, even though I know from previous, like, there's a bunch of similar, like these arches, I guess we can call them arches or petals. Like, we have this here, and this one looks a bit different. This one is a different type, and then we have this one here. We got some 3D effect. There's a little bit of pop in from that one, and this corner has totally different vibe, and again a new vibe of these. We got some popcorns in between, so we got some more 3D feeling going on. But yeah, we have like these little 3D bits here. We have the same here, but they're still like very different. So there's like the same elements repeating, but in totally different ways. Hello, Sunflower. Good to see you. How are you doing today? Yes, we got all the colors. Now we got some purples. But it does look more blue to you. For some reason. This is blue. That's purple. And this is like a tealy green. This is like a lavender-ish, lighter purple. Fat word. first. Well, maybe. We're not derailing here, but there's jokes, and there's other type of sausage jokes. Yeah. Or I don't know if, yeah, it's kind of a joke, I guess. It's not the sausage that makes you fat, it's the sauce. There's interpretations for that one. I'm so lost in your conversation. I think you're talking about airplanes. Like, yeah, you're talking about something, and I'm lost in translation. But I like it. I'm seeing you guys, having conversation between each other that I'm feeling left out of. I'm perfectly fine with that. I have candy. I got the little balls. I got white balls. Vintage aircrafts. So these are minty little candies with chocolate. I love them. These are a special treat. They're not easy to find. There's similar or the same brand, but totally different type of candy in wrappers. You can get them like pretty much in any store, but these ones, they used to only be available on like tax-free on the boats between Sweden and Finland, or like airplanes. But now I found a store near me that have them, so I am happy. Hello, Gloria. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day. What are you doing? Are you really sure, Sam? If you say that you're a gentleman now and not touching rude jokes or sausage jokes, yeah, I'm not gonna poke around. Now I need ice cream. I have ice cream. I have Ben and Jerry's, is it Mango Madness? I think it's called. It's the best one out of those. They apparently did not have the Haagen-Dazs that I prefer, either blueberry or strawberries and cream. Not available. I felt like I'm, sitting here with a hurty foot. I need some ice cream. So there is ice cream, because I got help shopping. I am pretty good today. Pretty good today. My foot is feeling better, so I can't really complain too much. But I do still complain. I've been complaining about my foot. I've been complaining about the weather. I've been complaining about the need of cleaning. I'm sorry, you guys. That's not what you're here for. You're not here for me to sit here and complain. Not what I feel like doing. But I guess that's the topics we have to play with when you have a broken foot. When the move is over, you're making ice cream. Ooh. You're making some, like, from scratch. Your own recipe and stuff. That is fancy. Do you have an ice cream maker, or do you do it more of the labor heavy ways yourself? Well, I was complaining the last live too about my foot. You know, it gets tired if that's all I do. Also slightly noticeable in the thumbs up section. People did not seem to appreciate some of the topics clearly, because there was more than just thumbs ups last stream, which is perfectly fine. I don't really, yeah, I'm just happy people are pushing the buttons, but I have a feeling it's, you know, sometimes it's the topics that does it. Or at least that's what I think it's about. I could be wrong. I'm just happy that people want to press the thumbs up buttons. Or whatever buttons, you know? Subscribe. There's options. And we now have 1,600, you guys. There's just, I'm so amazed. I am really happy to see, you know, some type of growth on this channel, even though that's not my main focus in any way. It's just nice to see. I do have a little soft spot for statistics and analyzing stuff like that, so it is nice to look at the graphs and stuff from time to time. The thumbs down do exactly the same as the thumbs up. YouTube makes no differentiation between them. It's all engagement, but people don't realize this. Yeah, I know some people do get sad when they get thumbs down. I just see it as well, there was something I did that they didn't like. Was it a topic? Was it something else? I don't know. But I guess there's room for improvement. So feedback is always appreciated, you know? If there's something you want me to improve on, then just let me know. Because it's hard to change something or do something different when I'm not even aware of it, you know? But other than that, it's awesome. Are you forcing people to read your book? I am appreciating this row because this is a fairly fast one. Just making these chains and jumping pretty far in between yeah, it's just 2 single crochets and then a long chain, 2 single crochets, and these double crochets, little shells in between. Nice. So you said you wanted ice cream, Tam. Do you have ice cream? Or are you gonna have to just not have ice cream today? Do you have something else? Other options than ice cream. You've got 2 magnums. Nom nom. Well, sounds like you're good to go then. You have the chocolate and nutshell, and Squiddy's got the ice cream. Well, that's a dangerous one. Make sure he don't get no chocolate. That is no good. No bueno. Okay, moving you over to here for a bit. But yeah, you spoil that puppy. As you should. I'm happy I can wiggle my foot a little bit, or like wiggle my toes. Because just sitting still kinda isn't that comfortable after a while. And I don't think I would have been able to wiggle as much as I can do if I had like one of those hard plaster things. I am very happy though that I can move my camera around so you guys are able to see what I am doing no matter how much I have to change my position and sit fairly comfortable. So that's a good thing. With my old setup, I was not able to move the camera around a lot, which meant I had to sit the same way for many hours. And my body told me that I had sat too long a couple of times. So at least I can be a little bit nicer to myself by just moving around, even if I'm just sitting here. Well, it's definitely decided that I will be doing a live stream on my birthday. So that is going to be fun. You're working up a Tunisian project. Well, I'm happy that you're working on something and actually get to sit down and do that. And not just focus on all your moving and packing stuff. So that sounds like an awesome time. Well, how awesome is this? We got puff stitches on this row. Lovely. Okay. Some focus will be required to just figure out this row. So, first thing is first, getting out of the corner. Okay. That would be my guess, and I want to say I figure that out fairly easy. So puff stitch, nothing fancy. Not that many puff stitches though. It's not like a full row of just puff stitches, so. So where I've done the popcorns and these little double crochets, there's puff stitches on those. So there's gonna be some puff stitches all the way around on these double crochets. And where am I? I'm losing track of myself in the text here from time to time. Reading patterns isn't always easy. And trying to keep track of where you're at as well. Yes. Okay. It makes sense. Awesome. Okay, now I can keep an eye on the chat again at the same time as I'm crocheting. Awesome. Clearly I didn't miss out on anything. Not yet. You finished stuffing your face with ice cream? Awesome. Was it good? So no more sticky fingers and you can actually type again? So who's happiest, you or Squiddy? You're both happy now? Great. That is the best answer. He's snoring. That fast? You just fed him ice cream and then he fell asleep. Food coma much? He could sleep through a hurricane? I probably could too. It's definitely not easy to wake me up. I have advanced when it comes to my alarm clocks when I have to get up early. I now have 4 alarms on 2 different phones. Yep. That's how far I've taken it to get up. Because I fail. I often also ask someone to call and wake me up. I've had family do that more than once. And it's really nice now Minnie is almost 6. She can sort her breakfast out herself now. It's awesome. I don't have to get up to help her with breakfast most days. It totally depends on what it is, but she can make her own sandwiches and put the butter back in the fridge and just, it's awesome. I did tell her the other day, I was like, where's the pause button? She's growing too fast. She's 6 and she makes her own breakfast. Yeah. And on her Christmas wish list and for her birthday, she wants makeup. It's like, yeah, no, you're 6. We don't need to put makeup on a 6-year-old. Like, no, not yet. We're not there yet. She also wants to dye her hair rainbow. Rosie, good to see you. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, we need to pause time, for sure. Kids grow up too fast. They grow like weeds. I don't know about shoe sizes. I only know the shoe sizes we talk about here. I don't know if that's European shoe sizes or what we got going on. But my big kid, his feet grew and grew and grew. Like they've been growing like crazy. He is 14, turns 15 this year, and his shoes at the moment, because they're still growing, are size 46. That is way above average. And they keep growing. That's just... Where are we going to end up? Battleships for boots? Canoes, maybe? Having a cozy day inside, cooking up some potatoes. Oh, that sounds nice. Either pause time or get weed whacker. That's funny. So I'm working on a blanket. It's a big kind of gradient ombre. So we started with some yellows, and then we're going over to other yellows and peaches and, well, kind of orangey pinks, and now we're in the purples. We still have a bunch of blues and greens. There's actually... Oh wait, I'm just gonna move you guys over here for a bit, maybe. And I can squeeze all the other colors in here that we still have. So all of this is still, this is what's next. Out of order for sure. I don't know what order we're gonna put them in, but I want to say we're going blue and ending with green after the purple. That's as far as I have figured it out. That purple, blue, green. And I will also be doing my daily row on my temperature blanket here in a bit. I think I already figured out the temperature. Well, I figured out the temperature, just checking so it didn't change or anything. I don't think it did. Yeah, no, same color as yesterday is what we're doing for that one. But yeah, this blanket is Mini-Me's birthday present. She claimed the yarn even before I started this project. I got this yarn from Rita and her mom, and when Mini-Me saw it, she claimed the yarn because, well, at least one of them, because it was just a big rainbow. There's 2 colorways I'm using. So Mini-Me claimed the yarn, and I just jumped in to make a project out of this. Was it Saturday or Sunday? I think, when I just randomly did a live stream and we started this. So this is a few days progress. So I shouldn't have to stress to have this finished by the 20th of February. That's her birthday. And also I will be live on my birthday, which is the 4th of February. So I will have time at that time to also be working on this. Well, plenty of time. Maybe it's even finished by then. Who knows? I only have this amount of yarn, so when I'm out of yarn, I'm out of yarn. I do have a scarf, I guess I could call it that, that I started for her because she wanted one. So I do have that as an option for something that I could be working on as well. That one's just, you know, don't need a pattern, as well as I could work on that like while sitting on the couch with Mini-Me. A bit different from, well, this one definitely I need to sit with the pattern in front of me. So maybe I should have moved you guys back over here again. Yeah, so I did start that project this weekend. Well, earlier at least. When I was just sitting on the couch watching TV, entertaining her. But that one I haven't even showed you guys. It's kind of scrap yarn project in pinks and no, wait, this is at the corner. I'm not supposed to do that at the corner. Okay. How about we take a break from this? I'll show you the scarf and then I'll do the temperature blanket. What do you say? Read a project bag. So. Ooh, I didn't even put a stitch marker in. I just have the hook as the stitch marker. So I have a bunch of purples and pinks, bits and pieces. I don't know how much yarn I actually do have for this, but it's a corner to corner moss stitch. Here we got I don't know what to call this color. It's like a, I don't know if it's a pink or a purple, to be honest. I think it's like a grayish pink. And then there's a pink with speckles in it. So there's like purple and yeah, there's some speckles in the pink. The other one's actually just looking gray. And we have some light pink and still the speckly pink. And then we got some purple with the light pink. And then we have this grayish pink again. And a different purple. And this purple also has specks in it. Can we see that? It's not as obvious, but this specky purple, it's just got some darker specks in it. It's the same type as this pink speckly one. So far, that's what I have. And I don't think I'm gonna get very far with the yarn I have, so I don't know. I might have to get to the store. Because it was not okay to add white, which I thought white would be good for this. But she was not happy with white as an option. So that's not gonna happen. 2 days row of the temperature blanket. How about that? Just double checking colors and same color again. Because we are below freezing. And what is 2 days row? I need to look at the pattern. But we are up here. And I think it's just gonna be an easy slip stitch into the corner. But it's looking really pretty. So today we are doing, it's the 22nd. Okay, very simple. Half double crochets. So how many in the corner? 2. You had 2 potatoes left after dinner, so you made 2 sandwiches with potatoes on. Only potatoes? I bet you had some butter. Butter and potatoes is a good combination, for sure. Did you mash them a little bit? For sure, a good palette cleanser now when I've done the more intricate pattern for a little bit. Very soothing to do something simple like this very plain row. Butter on bread and the sliced potato and then salt. Sounds good enough. Potatoes always need butter. I don't usually have butter with potatoes unless it's the summer potatoes. But most likely I would have like sour cream and chopped up chives or red onion. Pickled herring also. Welcome back, Sunflower. That would be like the time I'd use butter for my potatoes in the summer with that type of lighter yeah, summer potatoes. We have potatoes in the summer that basically, well, you don't have to peel them because there's literally no peel to peel off, and they're a lot smaller, and they are crap for making anything but boil them pretty much. I don't know what it is. There's something with like the starchiness or the lack of or something, but they're crap to mash. They're crap to make like baked potato. Yeah, they don't work for anything but boiling. Well, yeah, new potatoes. Okay. For me, it's the summer potatoes. At least it made sense to someone. In Swedish, they're färskpotatis, which is fresh potatoes. I guess they're just not stored. You just get them out of the ground and you eat them. And they're done so much earlier in the season. I don't know, they just don't store that well, right? Yes, färskpotatis. Exactly. Did you Google that? Because I'm very surprised to see a Swedish word or Swedish letters coming from you, Sunflower. There's not that many keyboards that do that, unless you just Google and copy paste and stuff. You don't say färskpotatis down there? That's what we say up here. You say nypotatis. Yep, färskpotatis is the only thing I've really heard. You Googled it. It's perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with Googling stuff. I don't recognize any of those like variety names as anything I have here. Yeah. I don't recognize any of those. Not something that is, well, then again, like, I don't really keep track of all the variations. There's so many different variations. We got, occasionally we can get a hold of purple potatoes. Or, well, they call them blue, but they look purple. Those are called blå Congo, so basically just blue Congo. Asterix we got. Faxe, I do like those. There's something I can't. Yeah, there's a couple that's really, really common, but now there's just no names. We got mandelpotatis, that's like almond potatoes. And sparrispotatis, asparagus potatoes. But I'm not sure if that has to do with the shape of the potato or some type of look thing. The almondy one it's got a little nutty flavor to it, but most of the potatoes here are harvested later in the year. And those new potatoes well, they're harvested early. So it's usually what we have most of during the summer. You eat sweet potatoes, but you don't like baked potatoes? I love baked potatoes. Baked potatoes and skagenröra, that's my thing. So like a creamy seafoody salad. And baked potatoes, that's definitely my thing. Very common for option if you just go out to eat. If they have baked potatoes, you could get like a yellow curry chicken creamy salad with the baked potatoes. It's either the chicken one or the seafoody one. Most of the time, at least. Speaking of seafoody stuff and shrimps, now I'm in the mood for smörgåstårta. Me and my sandwich cakes, you guys. Make me talk about shrimps and that's what I want. No one could have guessed that, right? Because I don't like that. Oh, sweet potatoes are not good for that? Did not know. baked potato with veggies, grilled chicken, and garlic sauce. Yeah, I'd eat that. For sure, I would eat that. Sweet potato raises blood sugar more than regular potatoes, then I take it. Sweet potatoes isn't something that I eat very often. I think it was in my... Oh, Noe, hello, hello. How are you doing? I think I was... Well, I was in my 20s the first time I had sweet potatoes. And I haven't had it a lot. I think just like... Yeah, this last year... Well, it's a new year now, but I have never had as much sweet potato as I've had this last year. And I only... Like, I never cook it myself. I get sweet potato when I go to Rita's because she has a lot of sweet potato in her cooking. So very often when I get there, there's some type of sweet potato dish. She likes to do like just fry up sweet potatoes, onions, and bell peppers, and have that to go with like just chicken or fish or... Yeah, that's a very, very common side dish at Rita's. Sweet potatoes, bell peppers, and onions. Just, yeah, really nice. Sauteed. Onion gets all like soft and yummy. So I've never had as much sweet potato as I have now, thanks to Rita. So baked potatoes goes with veggies and grilled chicken. That's the only time you have baked potatoes? You want to learn how to make chicken? Well, you can hatch them from eggs. I'm just kidding. That was just a silly thing to say. You're trying to stitch beads onto your kerchief. Well, that sounds nice. Blinging it out with beads. You don't like the taste of sweet potato? Yeah, I haven't been a fan of sweet potato because, well, I guess it has to do with the fact that I don't really know how to cook it. But with the, how Rita does it, it's actually really nice. Stina, how are you doing? Good to see you. Did you have a good day? What have you been up to? Work, work, work. Do you get to play some with yarn now? Relax a little bit before bed? Sweet potato fries are delicious. I have tried to make sweet potato fries and they just get soggy. I can't get them crispy to ever. Are they not supposed to be crispy? Because I like crunch and I can't get crunch out of sweet potato fries. Just impossible. Or what am I doing wrong? I don't know. Had other stuff to do, so you didn't touch your yarn today. That is no fun. Well, you can always go and get a skein and just sit and pet it for a little bit, in case you don't feel like you have time to do anything before bed. Just touching some yarn can be relaxing too. I have an air fryer. I have not tried to do anything with sweet potatoes since I got the air fryer though, so maybe I should. The best sweet potato fries in Cardiff some years ago. All this food making you hungry. So you're munching on a stick of celery. Well, that's great. I could definitely do that too if I had some. I don't. It's a long time since I had celery. Thanks for reminding me that that's something that exists. Because it's been too long. Celery isn't food. Well, it's something to munch on. I'm sitting here munching on chocolate, so maybe I should have some celery to alternate with. It would be good. And okay. And we are done for today with the temperature of today, which is the same as yesterday and the day before that. So now we have 3 days in a row of the same color, but we did have 4 days in a row of the previous color. And before that we had a mix of everything, except the first 2 days we had the same color. 2 days in a row. So it would be nice if we could get another color tomorrow, because I don't know, it feels a little bit too staged or planned if we have 4 days in a row and 4 days in a row before we get another color. Or is that just me? Does it feel like it's too planned if we do that? It does look nice though. Walmart makes large sweet potato tots during the breakfast hours. Walmart has breakfast hours? I thought Walmart was just a store for like groceries, not a restaurant. For the crispiest sweet potato fries, soak cut sweet potatoes in cold water for at least 10 minutes. Toss them with oil and cornstarch. Okay, so some cornstarch will like suck a little bit more of the moisture out. Well, for sure it's going to be unique because it's dependent on my temperatures. They have a deli? I had no clue. No clue. Yep, so we are done with that one for today. So, are we back at this one now? Back to the purple. They make these things called tater kegs. Tater kegs. That I can't even guess, because keg just makes me think about like a big, something big, like a big wooden keg. Are they even called that? I don't know. You like the yellow squared one. So back to doing some puff stitches, you guys. This one, Minimi has claimed it. So I'm working to have this done for her birthday, the 20th of February. That's my deadline for the birthday girl. She claimed the yarn. She just saw it and she's like, make something for me. So that's my option. I did have some thoughts about like making her a wearable or something with that yarn, but I just couldn't figure something out, and then I don't know, this just happened. So we're going from yellow to peaches, pinks, purples, and then we have a bunch of different blues and a bunch of different greens, and there's more, but there's all the colors. I have this that I got from Rita. I have a mandala bonus bundle and then just regular mandala. So I have 2 of this colorway, which is Nifflers. And Nifflers have, well, a rainbow. And then I have the mandala bonus bundle is Giant, which is also kind of a rainbow. And this is what Mini-Me claimed. But I just figured if I cut them up, I can just make it work together. So that's what I had to do. So I have 1 of this and 2 of that. Regular potato, cheese, eggs, and bell peppers. Cheese and potatoes. She always beats you? Mini-Me? Yeah, she calls dibs on everything. It's either her or Rita. They are fighting each other. Kind of. So Stina, you're gonna be able to go and hug some yarn now? Or are you still too busy doing other things? I am enjoying some puff stitches. She said sarcastically. Almost debating on sleep. You went to the thrift store yesterday, looking through the movies, and they have Philippine series. The male actor's name is Ding Dong. Okay. So what is you guys' least favorite stitch and your favorite stitch? If you crochet, that is. And is it very entertaining to watch me sit here and complaining about doing puff stitches? For those that don't crochet? Is it enjoyable? I guess I'm a, what is it called? I can't remember the sucker for punishment. I don't know. Is that what I'm doing? Putting myself in this position over and over again. Rusties with sweet potatoes? Never had that. Only potato ones. I kind of like a hash brown, often with potato and onion. You'll try it tomorrow and see if it works? Sounds good. Good night, Rikke. Sweet dreams. Talk to you soon. Sunflower's playing around with Google Translate today. Thank you very much. That would be pronounced väldigt vacker, which is very beautiful. Are we doing Swedish lessons today? Are you gonna sit there and type out words for me to pronounce for you? Väldigt vacker. Very beautiful. Are you taking notes? Go ahead. If that's what entertains you, then sure. We can do Swedish lessons today. But it's way easier if you tell me what you want me to say than me sitting here trying to figure something out. Make it up. Jag tycker om det. I like it. Jag tycker om det. I like it. Well, parts of Finland do speak Swedish. You've been using Duolingo for Spanish and Italian? Nice. Do you plan on going there? Or just playing around with it for a bit? Learning some new language skills? You were watching a cartoon with ducks and the main character and there were Spy/Mole and her last name was Decoy. Well, that was funny. It's a bit nifty. Yep. They someone thought they were really funny when they came up with that idea. But that's good humor. Silly enough. Yeah. Hello, Moonrose. It's been a while. How are you doing? Happy New Year. I haven't seen you since last year. Did you have a good holiday? Did Santa come and visit you? Had you been Good girl last year. Santa came to visit. Amanda virkar bra. Amanda crochets good. Thank you very much. Good night, Tam. Yeah, I'm gonna try and stay off my foot. Don't you worry. How do you say that? Amanda virkar bra. The crochet part, virkar. Crochet. And yeah, there's a bit of a difference in the pronunciation of my name. The Swedish pronunciation is Amanda. You have someone coming over soon, so you can't stay for long. Well, it's awesome that you had some time and pop in and say hi at least, because it's been a while since I saw you. So I appreciate that. And if you give the thumbs up, it's even better. You guys, I have 1,600 subscribers. I know that there's even more now because I did see that there was someone subscribing during the live so far, but that's a good number. That's a big number. And I really appreciate all the support, you guys. I really appreciate all of you for coming to hang out. So thank you very much for that. Thanks all my subscribers and thanks all my members, and just, you know, happy that you want to spend some time with this little crazy Swede over here. Well, little, I'm not that little, but you know. I'm in a little country far up north. Grattis till alla era prenumeranter. Congratulations to all of your subscribers. You mean we're crazy? Well, I don't know. Are you? Do you feel crazy? I am slightly nuts. But it's all fun. Yes, it did make sense. Slightly not the best of like grammar, but that's Google Translate. Don't know about grammar, so it's perfectly fine. But it made perfectly sense. Galen, that's crazy. Galen. There was a TV show in the 90s, I want to say 80s or 90s on Swedish television. That was named Kär och galen, which is In Love and Crazy. It was like a dating show where you could participate to like possibly go on a date with someone. So it was like a matchmaking show. Kär och galen. In Love and Crazy. I don't know how they came up with that name. But I'm guessing it has a little bit of a, you know, crazy in love vibe. But that was what it was, that it meant, I guess. Love Connection? Yeah, there's so many different dating shows. It just feels like they make up new ones left, right, and center. We got the Love is Blind and Perfect Match. I don't even know. There's a lot of them that is really entertaining to watch, and they're perfect to just sit and watch while you crochet. So I do like that. Yeah, no, a little bit of a guilty pleasure. You just have something that you don't really have to watch that much. You can just sit and listen and crochet. I like that. Blind Date, yeah. And then you have, what is it called? Naked Attraction. I think that's from the UK, but we have it in Sweden as well. That's a bit of a interesting one where you basically just, you don't know who you're going on a date with, but you get to judge them naked before you pick who's your date. Very interesting concept. Before you knew Amanda, the only Swedish word you'd heard of was smörgåsbord. Yeah, and you probably heard it in the smörgåsbord type of smorgasbord pronunciation, but smörgåsbord is the Swedish pronunciation. Smörgåsbord. Very delicious buffet. Plenty of yummy foods. Hello, I want to say Kathy. Yes, Kathy. You had a long name, but I think, yeah, Kathy. Welcome in. You're from Southwest Virginia. Thank you very much. I am from Sweden. That's why we are playing around with these Swedish words and pronunciations. You want to see the center? For sure you can see the center. So we have, let's move the candy out of the way. We can't really see all of it, but we can see a big chunk. So this is the center. Hello, Annie from New Zealand. Oh, that is so cool. My mom is in New Zealand right now. She's been there for, well, the whole of December. She's coming home in March, I think, or was it the beginning of April? Yeah, there's a lot of different reality dating shows. A waste of your time? Dating shows? Nisi, hello. I'm working on, this is the Ardith Big Girl by Hooked on Sunshine. Is what I am doing right now. And I am actually working with some US yarns that I have been gifted from Rita. My dear Rita. I have Mandala Bonus Bundle in color Giant. and it's this rainbow cake, but I have, as you can tell, I have cut them up because I had one of those, and then I had two of this regular mandala in Nifflers. And Nifflers is also a rainbow, but they are a bit different. So I cut them both up, and it's just trying to make one big gradient out of all of these colors. So there's actually like 4 shades of yellow. There's one shade here, and the next one is here, but you can barely tell the difference between there. And then there's another color here and another yellow there. So we get a really not noticeable change between all the yellows. Then you get more of a difference, like especially with the purples. But yeah, there's plenty of, I can't really tell the difference with some of these blue colors. And the blues and purples are very, very similar. I think you can tell a bit of a, more of a difference on the camera though. We got this, the tealy colors, and yeah, so all of those colors are still to go. So that's what we have going on over here. So since I am in Sweden, I can't really get these yarns. I have been gifted these yarns from Rita. She got some yarns with the help of another Amanda. Amanda's in Florida. She's helped shipping some US yarns over to here. Which one is it that I'm working on? Is it that one? Yeah, I want to say that's the one. But this is not yarn I can get in Sweden without spending an arm and a leg in shipping and stuff. So this is kind of a treat to work with this, and I have not done that before. So this is new to me. But I am liking it so far. Even though it's a thicker yarn than I like my preferences. Like I have my temperature blanket. I just did today's round on the temperature blanket, but I can show you guys. My temperature blanket is a totally different type of yarn. It's a lot thinner. As you can tell, we can just side by side them. My temperature blanket is it a 1 weight or 2 weight, and this is a 3 weight. So there's quite a difference in yarn thickness. And this is a cotton and acrylic blend. Same designer. This is the Ardith Big Girl by Hooked on Sunshine, and this is Thingamabob by Hooked on Sunshine. And I have all of these colors to play with. So we got 3 blue, 3 greenish teals, 3 purple, and 3 pink. And then I'm gonna be joining them with a dark like eggplant color will be at the end. So that's what I have to play around with for a whole year, if I can manage to do it. I have never done a temperature blanket before, so I need some good luck on that one. But I think it's gonna be doable. It's so fun so far. You like the eggplant color? So do I. I wasn't sure if that would be a good color to join with, like is it too dark? But it's like, it's kind of boring to go white, gray, cream, or black. I needed something else, and I didn't want to have the same color as any of the other days. And I think eggplant works with all of those colors. Thank you, Kathy. Yeah, I do like these type of patterns. I have done, well, it's kind of a baby blanket size of that same pattern that I'm using for the temperature blanket. And I am not gonna do, well, I actually have it next to me. I did get it out, was it yesterday's live? Where did it go? Oh, it's fallen on the floor. Let's see if I can get it. I need to temperature blanket, but this is a lot of a bigger square. I think every square that I'm gonna do, because I'm gonna do a square per month, and I'm not totally sure. I didn't look too much at it, but I think This might be the size of a square, because there's a few more rows left for this month. So I think we're somewhere that we're getting somewhere of, well, these rounds. You can see it's a repetition, so I don't think we're getting that. I don't remember. We'll see. I'll just make it work. But so far we have this, right? So a little bit more. And then I'm gonna do 1 square per month, so there's gonna be a 3 by 4 of these squares at the end of the year, hopefully. I'm really liking how these look like flowers. Like there's a flower bed. Let's just fold it a little bit and I can hold it up. See, this looks like there's stems and leaves, and these looks like flower buds. So it's going to be very interesting to see if we get some good garden beds on the temperature blanket. This is one cake of Twister from Hobie. And it's gold to rose, mauve, a rusty red, and then this really dark wine color. And that's the color I have used for these little details. You can't see the detail here, but it's here as well because it just disappears on itself. But that is one thing that I'm not doing on the temperature blanket, I don't think. If I do these stripes, I was thinking about doing it in the eggplant color, but I'm not fully sure if I'm not planning on doing this row as it is on the temperature blanket. Are those flower looking stitches considered lace stitches? No, these are popcorns. They're front post popcorns, so they're post stitched popcorns, but this is just V stitches. So that's not they look lacy, but it's a V stitch. So it's going to be interesting to see what it looks like when we have a bunch of these at the end of the year, because they're going to be so different in colors. I'm expecting to see like these bluish, greenish colors at least for, well, February, and then into March. Maybe we're going to get some of this, but I'm thinking not so much. And then over the summer, I'm expecting more of just these colors. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that turns out at the end of the year, because it's just going to be a lot of fun. But I do really love how these colors look together. They definitely work. I'm happy about this color palette. And I think that's an important part. Since I have never done a temperature blanket or like a year-long project like that, it needs to be something that is interesting all through the year with textures and colors, and you know, it needs to keep being interesting and fun, if that makes sense. Let's see, how do we want to be comfy? Oof. Silly foot. Yeah, I'm being careful in the snow, you guys. It's really nice to be able to just sit in and be comfy like this, but it's not the best comfy at times. I really appreciate all the good company, though. And it's really nice to see so many of you here today. I've missed a lot of you guys, and there's some new faces. That's awesome. I need to figure out what next project could be. Since this is not something I'm gonna be working on for ever. I'm seeing this one finishing fairly soon. And the trio blanket that's just hanging out next to me, it's too heavy. I can't put that on my leg yet. My foot needs to heal a little bit more before I'm comfortable with that big, bulky, heavy project again. And I don't really know if I have anything that I can just scramble from out of my whip piles. There's probably something, but I don't know. I feel like we need to figure some new ideas out soon. I'm fun to chat with. It's awesome to chat with you guys too. That's, you know, I love being here because there's always some fun people to hang out with. I'm good company. All right, so are you. Any scrap yarn projects? Well, we have a scrap basket that we have totally neglected. I think one of the big reasons for not having worked on the scrap basket is because I haven't been able to do regular lives and only done pop-ups. And when there's not a lot of people in the chat, I feel like it's not so motivating to get that one out. Because I want it to be like a community project with a lot of people having a say in it. And if it's only like the same people and just a few people, then it doesn't feel the same in a way. Like it was so much fun to make the first one. There was a lot of people participating in that, so I would like to get back to some type of schedule so that we can work on that, because it's so much easier for you guys to, you know, find me if you know that I have a schedule, right? You were looking through the recipe books for potato recipes and you got sidetracked. Really, I think you got sidetracked to go and look at the recipe books. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. So now David's stuck in the potatoes. Don't know who sidetracked who. Did you find any good recipes though? I guess that's the more important part, or the important question. Madeira cake in the bread maker. Madeira, isn't that like some type of, isn't it a wine? Or, yeah, like a adulty beverage, but I want to say wine-esque. Never thought about making cake in bread makers. But of course you can make a cake in a bread maker. It probably has settings for that too. I never had a bread maker of my own, but when I was young, I had a boyfriend whose mother had one, and she used that one a lot. She had one of those where you just put all the ingredients in, and then it had like the dough hook in it that just twisted. and turned and blended everything for a while, and then it cooked it. So it was a little bit tricky to get that hook out. But it was definitely good bread. You can make cakes in a bread machine. Pound cakes, banana breads, and quick breads. Banana breads, I can totally see how that could be doable in that. One year I had, when I had a garden, I had so much zucchini. So I did zucchini bread. That was yummy. No bread maker, but I bet you could do that in there too. The cake is more like a crumbly cake. Lovely with custard. I am not the biggest fan of custard. Some people like to just pour a lot on some things. But yeah, no, custard, it can definitely be too much for me. And where's that stitch? There it is. Ice cream, as in ice cream instead of custard, or with cake? Yeah. I was like, you're not making ice cream in the bread maker. That's not what we're talking here. You were talking custard instead of, or ice cream instead of custard. Or would you do ice cream and custard? Have you ever done that? Or would that be too much? Later, Moonrose. Have a great rest of your day. Do I like wienerbröd? You enjoy eating them in the US, but you only have store-bought ones. Yes and no. I like the crunchiness of wienerbröd, but I do not like the custard on them. Cause it's, I don't know. This might sound a little bit unappetizing, I'll tell you that much. There is a nickname for the custard that is on wienerbröd because it's been baked, so it's like not, well, it's drier than, because when it's being baked, some of the moisture is evaporated, so it's thicker and gooier. But when you get that texture, like I don't like it. But there's a jokey nickname for that specific, like that texture of the gooiness, and that would be mormors hosta, which is grandma's cough, because, well, you can cough up these, well, mucus clots, something, and it's sometimes similar in color and viscosity, I want to say is a good word for that. So grandma's cough, which doesn't make me want to eat them anymore. Like, I didn't like him in the beginning, or like I don't like him in the first place, but it's not helping. So yeah, I definitely like the flaky type of dough, like that type of pastry base. But I definitely prefer them better with like jam on them and not the custard at all. Um, yeah. Yuck. Very yuck. Told you. Yeah. Proper wienerbröd in Sweden, they are round. And then in the center, there's the custard. And then on top of that, it's usually like some frosting or like icing just drizzled over and powdered sugar dusted. That's how they are the common way here, like the normal way, but like the basics. You have cheese ones? Yeah, that sounds weird. Never had a cheesy wienerbröd. It's kind of fun that you call them Danish, because wienerbröd, like if you kind of translate them, but not, it's like Vienna bread. And Vienna is a city in, is it in Austria? It's too late for me in geography, I'm telling you that much. We're past midnight, so I am perfectly fine with being wrong on geography. But yeah, so you call them Danish. And even in Denmark, they call them wienerbröd, which is Vienna. Um, so they're not from Denmark. I don't know if you'd say that they're healthier if they're homemade. It's still like dough and a lot of butter folded. That's how you get the flakiness. You need to have a lot of butter and fold it multiple times to get that awesome texture. Round cheese Danish are popular, typically single serve flaky pastry featuring cream cheese filling. I definitely would do that. I definitely could see that, the flakiness and like a cream cheese filling for sure. If I wasn't, well, not the, I don't like, I don't bake very often. Um, but I definitely think that that sounds like an awesome starter, perhaps. Yeah, that sounds like something that would be a good starter. More of a savory option. So yeah, that would be nice. Perhaps I should remind myself at some point to get I have a hexagon cardigan something something started. Maybe I should take a look at that one at some point soon. Maybe it's time to continue that one. There's just some designing issues. I got stuck on like how to continue it, like what do I want it to look like. Because it's definitely not like your typical granny square or hexagon cardigan. No granny stitches. But that one has been, I don't even remember when I touched that one last time. Maybe it's time to let that one come out when I'm done with this. I'm just thinking, like, what whips do I have? What have I forgotten? There is some forgotten projects for sure. Do I like fringe? No. Fringes can look cool, but they are a pain in the behind to make, and it's not really my style. I have made a video of putting fringe on a poncho, like a how to make fringe, so there's a video like that somewhere hidden. I think the only time fringe is okay is like boho cheek type of blankets and scarves. I made a shawl, and that one is, does Rita have it? I want to say Rita has it, but I'm not totally sure. With fringe, that one's very boho color and style, so that one, like, the fringe looks good on it, but it's a pain in the behind to make. Granny knots. As in make mistakes and just tangle yourself up. Boho cheek is an interesting fashion style for sure. And it kind of goes a little bit with like a cowboy type of aesthetic, like Wild West boho cheek. I don't know, there's some crossover in, you often see, but like boho cheek with like cowboy boots. Very common combo. And you also see a lot of like fringe on those type of vests or jacket, like cowboy. I don't know. It just, there's some crossovers there. Nifty! Good to see you. How are you doing? I have had an accident, and I have a broken foot. I have a fracture in my ankle. So yeah, I could have started this year better, but I didn't. But I just get more time to sit down and relax and crochet and slowly see my apartment deteriorate, because Minnie has gotten all of her toys out and I feel like I need to clean. I need to do a lot, and I feel a little bit incapacitated here. So yeah, there's that. I am working on this big blanket. You're only seeing the back of it, so no, I don't have a cast. It's just like a there's a little bit of fragment that has come loose, but it's just like a chip, and I have my foot wrapped up, so it's too big and bulky to fit in a shoe. You guys get to fly again. Whee! I don't have a zoom. I'm just moving the camera up and down. So we have a blanket that I started. No, it's not a hairline fracture. It's actually like a chip that has gone off. So it's like separated. Yeah, I hope it's better soon. I'm just not feeling the best when it's crap all over the place. It's just mostly toys, and I would like to just vacuum and stuff. So we got yellows and peaches and pinks. We got purples, and we're going over to blues and greens. So this is what I have to work on. And I am also, for the first time ever, doing a temperature blanket. So we got these colors for my temperature blanket. 3 blue, 3 greenish teals, 3 purple, and 3 pink. And so far, this is what we have. So this is the first square out of 12. I'm gonna make 1 square per month. So this is what we have up until today. Thank you, Nifty. Any chance Mini-Me's blanket will get orange? Well, no, not more than what we have. We have these like peaches, and there's, can we call it orange? It is slightly orange here. So we got this like apricot-y peach, and then this, and then we got this hot pink. So that's all we got for orange. How I got hurt. So I picked up Mini-Me from daycare. We walked to the bus and went up to the store. I did some shopping and went outside to catch the next bus to go home. And while we were standing at the bus stop, it was like 3 minutes left before the bus came. There was like a little, like next to the bus stop, it's just a lot of snow. Mini-Me was playing around. Some people has walked in the snow, so there was like a path in the snow where the snow was just a little bit more packed and dense. Story time with Amanda. You're welcome, Sunflower. It happens more often than not. But I was walking, or basically just standing on that more packed spot of snow. And in the outskirts, like on the side of the packed snow, it's not as packed. So I guess my foot kind of, got a little outside of the packed snow and sunk down. And as it sunk down, it folded itself. So my heel went inwards and I heard a big snap. So yeah, that's how I managed to hurt my foot. And I spent a whole Thursday evening in the hospital, in the ER. I am supposed to be the most talented crocheter you have ever seen. Well, so many kind words. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's a little bit too many puff stitches for me to be happy here, but we know I'm not a biggest fan of puff stitches, and this particular pattern has a lot of puff stitches. I didn't look at the pattern. I did previously buy a bunch of patterns from Hooked on Sunshine. She had like a bundle of patterns, and this pattern was one of those in that bundle. And since I've done a lot of her patterns, I was like, I need to make more of her patterns. And I haven't done this one. So it's like, let's do it. And we started out slowly with some puff stitches and popcorns in the beginning. And then we got some popcorns and some puff stitches, and then a whole round of puff stitches, a little bit puff stitches. And then we got these corners, bunch of puff stitches, and another full row of puff stitches. Yeah, so there's been plenty of times for me so far to complain about my least favorite stitch, and we keep doing that because I'm on a row right this minute where I have to do puff stitches again. Yeah, I'm really happy that I have great written patterns, and that's the key. Well written patterns, and I am able to crochet intricate patterns and still keep an eye on the chat. I'm trying to figure out how to like sit comfortably and have you guys be able to see what I'm doing. There's so many other aspects of this now with my hurdy foot. How am I sitting? Do you see my hands? Or should I have it more zoomed out? I don't know. I'm just trying to find a balance. But yeah, I have to try and find new ways to sit. Sitting very long with not moving around a lot like I normally do. Normally I can just switch around and change my seating position a lot more than I am able to do now because, well, my foot hurts and it needs to be in certain positions. So yeah, it's a good thing I can move the camera around so you at least get a decent view, I'd say. I am just seeing the yarn almost running down from the desk onto the floor. I don't want you on the floor. Not okay. Go hide on the desk. Thank you very much. So what are you doing, Nifty? Yeah, I'm able to sit down most of the time, but you know, I had to eat, so food was needed. I had to cook. I have crutches. You know, sometimes you just have to move around. So, next round, what are we doing? Is it one of the rows where I have to really... Oh, this looks simple. Nice. You're having a bowl of soup and watching Let's Make a Deal and running around the YouTube streets. That sounds like a totally good thing to, like, yeah. Food and company. You're in the middle of making a sweater. It's very basic, but you love the look of it, but that's great. So, how many stitches is that? That is 5. Not to think. Yeah, thank you, Kathy. I hope it heals quickly too. You're working on a baby sweater for your former eye doctor and one of her assistants. Both are expecting girls. Oh, that's cute. Are you gonna make a matching? Would that be a good one? Or is that too tall? It's looking pretty similar in height. Or should I do one less? Yeah, let's do one less. One, two, three, 4, and number 5. Okay, so 5 is done. Skip one, 2, 3. I've done that 3 times. Extended double in the next one. Okay. That don't make no sense. Maybe it does. Okay, and then what? Skip that one. So in there. Okay. I think it looks more blue than it is. It's more of a purple. Think lavender. See, there's more of a blue color. But it's looking awesome. Yes, I agree. It looks gray blue to you? Yeah. Lighting and stuff. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing here. But we only know that in a bit if I know what I'm doing. But I am liking that this is kind of a lacy round. We got a lot of chain spaces, so it should feel a lot faster to make it. Okay, so now I think I have this figured out. And yeah, okay. Row figured out. Now I can pay more attention to everything again. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely one of those flying by type of rows. Awesome. Nice palette cleanser after the previous row with puff stitches on it, because puff stitches take time. Where did it go? There. And it's also giving you a little bit of an insight to how I work with these patterns. I just need to make the first, well, I made the corner, and then I made the first repeat, and as when I had that figured out, everything else is just smooth sailing after there. Not everything, but it just, I guess that's just how I do it. And I know it's not how everyone does it, for sure. I think I might make it look a bit easier than it is to some, and yeah, I know. I'm just gonna have to deal with this before I have a tangly mess. I don't feel like having a tangly mess on my hands, so let's be a bit proactive here. And maybe it's not gonna wanna roll down on the floor as much if I make this into a more stable ball. So we just went from having these like arches. We had this arch and then the smaller arches built in between to pretty much a straight line in one row. Hello, Samantha. How are you doing? Good to see you. It's been a while since I saw you. How are you doing? I deserve a small glass of wine. Well, I have my bougie glass and I have pink bubbly, so I am perfectly fine. I also have a backup. Just, you know, when I run out of one, I have more because I can't really walk around. So I also have a water bottle and I have snacks. I have stashed up around me. So I should be good for some time. Samantha, we are now at, well, it is 10 minutes left. And then we have 1 a.m. So it is 10 to 1 in the morning. How have you been? What have you been up to? Nifty's got 6:50 p.m. Yeah, it's a little bit of a difference. I'm working on a blanket that will be kind of rainbow colored when it's finished. I have plenty of yellows and orangey, peachy, pinks. Now we're in the purple section. We will jump over to blues and greens. Well, maybe not today. Well, maybe more of a bluish color, but okay. Now I'm on the other side, on the other corner. Yeah, you're just before midnight, an hour behind of me. So I have now done that. Now we need to skip the puff stitches and then we're doing that. And so it was, what did we say? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yes, okay. You just somehow muted me and just realized it. Well, from time to time I don't say much, so I might have just, you know, I could have been quiet. But I'm happy you realized that if you muted me, then you wouldn't be able to hear it even though, you know, if I said something. It almost wine time, nifty. Okay, so I did the 3. I had chicken nuggets and fries today. That was my dinner because I can barely cook. I can barely move around and I should just basically sit down. So easy dinner. The air fryer did all the work today. I did make a sauce for it though. I like to have something to dip my nuggets in. So I made a cold dipping sauce out of Turkish yogurt and some spices and herbs. Is what I went for today. But yeah, simple as possible. So I didn't have to be all over the place for too long. I broke my foot last week. I have a fracture in my ankle. So I am pretty much just, well, taking some relaxing time here. Like all the time. Yeah, I hope I feel better soon too. No, wait. I was supposed to do one more before that one. Thursday is your favorite day of the week. You always have a glass of wine for supper on Thursdays. Anything special with Thursdays in particular? Does crochet have a right and a wrong side like knitting? It can definitely have. In my case, I am only working on one side, so this has a right and a wrong side. Other projects can be twisted and turned, like you could be working on both sides, and you don't really have any difference in those. But I can. Oh wait. Like you can definitely tell on this one, you have all the texture on this side, and on the other side, you still have some texture, but it is a lot flatter. There's a lot less going on the one side, because here you got like the ridges and well, we have like in this case even 3D flaps, flippity flaps. There's some stuff going on this one, so this one definitely has a right and a wrong side. I do prefer when I have blankets like this that is very textured, that I have this side up and have the flatter side towards me, because too much texture can be, some can feel like it's too much against your body. And also when you have it with the more, well, the back towards yourself, you get to see all of this and you can sit and, you know, you feel the textures better if you're the type of person that just, well, likes to keep your fingers busy while you're watching a movie. If you don't have anything else, you can explore the textures with your, on the blanket. See here we got some different textures. Minnie turned 6 on the 20th of February, so this is hopefully her birthday present. So she did, or she does make breakfast for herself, like sandwiches. She can, you know, make sandwiches and butter them and get some yogurt out and whatnot, but yeah, she doesn't cook. You get to sleep in and work from home the next day. Well, that makes sense. Definitely a little extra special those Thursdays then if you get to sleep in. Sorry to say then that my birthday is on a Wednesday. I want to say the 4th of February. I will be live on my birthday, and I will just have, I don't know, a chill stream like this one. I have no idea what I'll be working on, because hopefully in fingers crossed this one's already done by then. So I don't know what we'll be working on, but you can mark that in your calendar that I'll be here on the 4th. I might be here sometime before now and then, but that's the next time that I know I'll be live. And for once, I actually know that. You know, normally I'd be like, I'll see you soon. 3 weeks go by. Oh, here I am. Do you still remember me? I'm so terrible. Scheduling live streams is not my cup of tea, I guess. But I am happy that you guys, like, when you come in here and be like, oh yes, I found you live, I didn't miss you this time. It's like, your reactions are awesome. But it's sad when you do miss me, when I go live and you're not here. Well, I can try to teach you about crochet. I'll try. But I am not the best teacher. I am good for inspiration, but I'm not the best teacher. Oh, I was about to say, I do have like an example of what it could look like when you don't have a right and a wrong side. Like this scarf that I have here. Since this one looks exactly the same on both sides. Since it's worked diagonally. But you turn and work the same on both sides. So this one doesn't have a right and a wrong side. Because it just looks the same. When you saw that I went live in your notifications, she's up late. I am. I don't know where the hook is. Here, I hope it's down in the bag somewhere. Maybe I should put a stitch marker in here, just because. So this is just a scarf in scrap pinks and purples. And there was a hook in the bag earlier. It is here. Ooh, it's gonna be hard to find a red hook in a red bag. Maybe, possibly. I don't even know how long have I been there. 3 hours. Not too bad. I will have Mini-Me here in the morning because she's sick, so she can't go to daycare. But I don't have to really worry. She makes herself breakfast, she takes the tablet, and then she comes crawling down next to me in bed. She's just like watching something on the tablet and snuggles up until I decide to go up or wake up. You learned to knit at age 7 and picked it back up with the help of a friend when you were 36. Your husband learned to crochet at the age of 10, and you taught each other our crafts, and you even taught your son. That is cool. I learned how to crochet and knit in school because that's a part of the, well, what we learn in school here in Sweden. So I did know the basics. I have done like crocheted some pot holders. I have knitted some in the past. I know how to knit. I don't like it. I hate dropping stitches. So I just don't knit, even though I know how to. I don't know how to read knitting patterns though, but since, yeah, that doesn't really feel important. Mini-Me turned 6 now, so it's been almost 7 years since I picked up the crochet hook again. I did a lot of diamond painting for a few years, but when I got pregnant with her, I had a way too big belly, so I couldn't continue diamond painting because the belly was in the way. So I picked up the crochet hook, 6.5, 7 years ago almost. And I have just continued to crochet since then. I did kind of relearn a lot of stuff. I knew some basics. I had no idea what like some stitches were called. There was a lot of things that was new, and I learned how to read patterns, read diagrams, all of that by like YouTube videos and cross-referencing from like Pinterest. And so I did teach myself again, kind of. But I did not let the hooks down. It's been my thing for all this time. My daily thing. There's only a few days where I have not crocheted in these years. Your mom taught you when you were young to knit and then crochet? Yeah. I crochet and my mom knits. Yeah, she don't really crochet and I don't knit. So that's fun. I've done some cross stitching in the past. I have a cross stitch kit that's laying around here that I don't know. I'm debating on when, where, if I should start that one. In a way, I want to have that one done. But cross stitching takes forever, so I don't really feel like I have time for that. I hate sewing in ends. Cross stitching is not the same thing as sewing in ends, luckily. And I think that is 5 if I still can count, and it does look like I can count, so that looks good. I am not the best at cooking for myself. I always cook for way too many people. I have come to the conclusion that I need to, I don't know, for my birthday, put on my wish list a freezer. Spoonies! Well, hello you. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, I need a new freezer. Like the one I have in my apartment is a fridge on top and then a freezer in the bottom, so it's like a half and half. And I don't really have room because when I cook for like a lot. And I just don't have place for the leftovers. So it does happen that I get to throw food out because I have nowhere to store it, which is sad. So for my birthday, I'm kind of like, should I just wish for a freezer? I think that is a possibility that, you know, birthday money might go to a freezer so I can deal with food leftovers better. You can still stay until I stop the live. Well, I have no idea how long I'm gonna stay. You never know with me. You learned cross stitch in 6th grade and you want to go back into it? That's cool. I got a cross stitch kit when we went to Denmark on vacation, or we were down in the south of Sweden, and we went like a day trip over to Denmark, and Mom got me a cross stitch kit in a little store there. I did that one. It took forever. But yeah, we learned like cross stitch just as a part of the sewing in school, so it wasn't that hard to make a kit. And I also love paint by number. I guess that's also why I like diamond painting. But cross stitch patterns are just like that. Just put one color in one spot, and then, you know, everything is just pre-made. Not a lot of thinking in that way. You stopped by earlier for a minute, but you were not awake enough to comment. Well, I totally get that. It's still way too early for you to be here, so why are you here now? I wouldn't expect you here until at least like another hour, perhaps. But it's been a while, so hope everything is good. That your holiday was good. You've been on a mission to declutter on a lot of things. Or, yeah, just cleaning and cleansing and whatnot. Busy bee. You have 2 mini cross-stitch kits. Nice. You did cross-stitch when you were young, and it's like paint by number and diamond painting. Very similar. Yeah, I actually have a diamond painting, a custom one, that is based on a cross-stitch pattern. So, that is actually a thing. Diamond painting from cross-stitch patterns. The decluttering comes and goes in spurts. Well, it's better than nothing. Nope, that's not right. That is right. 9 a.m. Okay, so it's not too bad. So is school going on now? No breaks? Christmas or winter break over? Jay, hello. Thank you very much. I'm actually really surprised that we got that number. Well, sooner or later I was hoping to get there, but I just hadn't paid attention to how close I was. You have a goal to be ready to move when your time is over in Japan in 3 years. So are you coming to, well, have you like not decided, I guess, but when these years in Japan is over, would you like to stay for longer or would you like to go elsewhere? Because I know you wanted to stay in Japan now and you did get to stay. You have 2 punch needle kits. I've never tried that. You were not ready during the panic almost move in the past September. Yeah, I know. You were a little bit frantic about that. Totally get it. Icebox? Well, yeah, that's what I'm thinking of getting. That's exactly what I want. A little icebox. But like it's a freezer, but it's a small one. But I need one that opens from the top. But that's on my wish list. They're not that expensive. It's just better to get it for birthday, right? Yeah, this is what we're going for. New color. You will definitely return to the US 2029, but you would like to stay in Japan forever. But also, well, I don't know how many years hubby still has left in his work before retirement. So at some point or another he will retire and you'd have to move back, right? Or would it be very difficult to get to stay, like migrate to Japan? I don't know, Japanese, like if you could stay there, how that would work. Yeah, I'll definitely keep you company while you're doing your dishes, for sure. I am not planning to go anywhere right this minute. You're potentially leaving oldest child behind in university in Japan. Hmm. That sounds slightly scary, but maybe not. I don't know. You've been there for a while, so I'm guessing your kid definitely can manage the ways around there. Getting an apartment of their own is maybe the tricky part, or like, is there an on-campus thing there? 4 years from retirement, so yeah. Not that far away. He could work as a civilian for the military. Move back to the US and settle in to being old people. Okay, yeah, we can see the difference between the purple and the blue. Nice fade over though. The skein I got from Rita's pretty. Minimi made a wish choice to claim it. Oh, yep. Yep. Yeah, I was not sure of what to do with this yarn, but it just happened to become a blanket. Did you see any of my temperature blanket, Spoon? I am curious to see if I can keep that one going and have a temperature blanket at the end of the year. Because I have never made one. Oh, wise choice. You're intentionally avoiding my temperature blanket. How come? So you don't want me to show it? If you're intentionally avoiding it, then you know, I'm not gonna force it on you, but I'm curious. Why? Oh, you don't need the temptation? Well, you have yarn enough to make one if you wanted to. But yeah, no. I'm not gonna lure you into making a temperature blanket. I'm just really enjoying the progress so far. You have... Well, I keep sharing it, yes, but I'm not sure if you had seen it. If you were in here lurking earlier, you might have seen it. No, you've been stuck in your book talk and mobile games, right? You are in a finished, unfinished objects mindset. So how is the knitted blanket going from all those little minis? Have you had any progress on that? No startitis. You have the game up right now. I have a game that I keep playing too, but it's not on my phone. Well, it can be on my phone, but it's mostly on my computer because here's where I live. I have a like an idle tower defense game. I like it. Since I found it, it's pretty much the only game I've been playing for a while. The blanket is lost in the house. You have a mitten you found yesterday that you were not excited about. Well, with your decluttering, you'll find your things sooner or later. Oh my god. I need to... Sorry for bumping you guys. I need to just move a bit. My behind is falling asleep. I need to just change something. Wiggle some toes. Just lift myself up, I guess. You got to go find where unfinished projects went to hide. Yeah. You have a few, I bet. Just like you have a lot of yarn that you could play around with. But you better finish stuff before you start stuff. I get it. You're not like me. I have things all over the place. I have a big blanket that I just can't work with at the moment just because it's too big and my foot is not happy with that. Ugh. Okay. Have I moved around enough? I don't know. Foot back up on the rest. Ugh. Some stretchies. You only heat your bedroom in the winter. You're reorganizing and deep purging your closet. You're moving around the insulation. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I'm not gonna walk around. Me jumping around on crutches is not what we want to have doing right now. Nope, I'm not in the mood. No jumpies. But repositioning and I have wiggled all my toes and stuff, so it should be good for a while. Well, I sit pretty much and wiggle my toes left, right, and center here, but I think you get it. 'Cause at least I can do that. You're hugging the heater and puttering on reorganizing your underwear basket. Well, that's one thing to reorganize. If you get tired of reorganizing your own stuff, you're always welcome to come and reorganize stuff here. Minimi has plenty of toys that needs reorganizing. Half of them are currently just spread all over my living room floor, which is over there, and I see it and it's bothering me. But I can't really clean it right now, so it is what it is. Is it very cold over there right now in Japan? Oh, we are over here now. Do I know any good yarn and craft organizing videos to watch? I do not know if I know any good ones on the top of my head. I've seen people organize stuff, but I don't know if I have any ones I remember right now. And no, sorry. Teaspoon needs to toy purge. Cold, but you don't like cold. It's a good ski month in the mountains. Tons of snow. Well, yeah, I have snow here. My foot is a proof of that. Well, it's one thing to be at the age of being able to do it, and it's another thing to motivate a 6-year-old to do it. Not the easiest, I'll tell you that much. She does not like to clean. I definitely will not want to reorganize your assortment of books, magazine, charts, and models. Is that a big mess? We got another row done. Looking pretty. Just look at this corner. There's so many things going on. We got plain stuff, we got puff stitches, we got these like arch type of things, we got some of these little floppy petals. So much stuff. Definitely toy purge without kids around for sure. Some stuff is just broken, and yeah, they never want to let go of some of those things. Yeah, chore charts. I know I've done that in the past with Big Kid. I'm just not there yet with Mini Me. Okay, so. I bet I'll get there in a bit with her, but so far I'm not too worried. So slip stitch and 2 single crochets there. Am I... Two in that one. Two in that one. Oh, okay. No, that made sense. Definitely made sense. Okay. So... Yeah, you got your kids competing against each other. That could be practical. Okay, so... Mm. Okay. Well, it's looking nice. Got any fun plans for today? Or the weekend? I am probably just gonna sit here and be all cozy with Mini-Me since she's sick and I can't walk around. I would love to get out of the house. Just like, I don't know, grocery shopping would be like nice. Stroll around and just people watch in the grocery store. Yes, please. That would be nice. But not gonna happen anytime soon. You went shopping yesterday? You thought you were gonna be replacing the washing machine. You thought you were gonna do that? It didn't happen? Oh, she canceled it? Hmm. another time then, perhaps? Ooh, that is nice. So you can be Herkling and Dirkling. Herkel Dirkling. My new favorite word. That's pretty much just procrastinating in bed. Herkel Dirkling. I love how the Scots think. It's a ridiculously silly word, and I love it because that's something I do on a regular basis. Herkel Dirkling. You are expecting a ton of snow and ice this weekend, so probably lots of knitting. That is awesome. Do you got tea or coffee or something? So you can be all cozy, maybe in front of a fireplace. I love the sound of you getting to sit and knit while it's snowing outside, because that's just something I enjoy doing. Well, crochet and it's snowing. Watching the snow outside. Oh, you got a bunch of pubs and hang out. That is something I'm really like kind of jealous, the pub culture in the UK. Just go sit at the pub and just meet people or look at people. We don't really do that here. Yes, I am just using the colors until they run out. Unless, like I did with these two, I finished a row and this was left when I came to the corner, and it's like I might as well just go for the next color, because just no, 4 stitches in and I'll have to switch color. So I did just not use this for that reason, because it was just after the end of a row. Other than that, I've used everything. Like I don't live in a very big town. We have a couple of coffee shops and stuff here, but it's nah, not a lot of people. It's kind of a sleepy town, unfortunately. Yes, on the tea and coffee. You heat your house with wood. It's in the basement, so it's not. Yeah, so that's not sitting in front of a fire. I get it. Yes, I can add it to the scrap yarns. I could, for sure. It's a possibility. Okay. once my foot heals, I could explore other towns with pubs and cafes. Yeah, it's just we don't really have that type of. It's just very different from the UK with all their pubs. And if I'm going, out of town, most likely I'll just end up at Rita's. Because that's just an awesome place to hang out. Your husband was going to be going to a friend's house because it's Winter Field Day weekend for amateur radio operators. So peace and quiet for you? Or is he staying home due to possible snow? You don't want to get stuck on the road or snowed in or something? If it's that bad? Yeah, it's been a long time since I went to Rita's now. I've been sick, she's been sick, her mom's been sick, now Minimi's sick, everyone, yeah, it's just annoying. And now it's gonna take some time because of my foot. But I really need to go there soon. Staying home is probably better if the weather is expected to be bad. Yeah, this is looking really nice. Does that have a meaning? Like, I get the... Like, you need to have, your own call sign, and it needs to be... I don't know. Special. But, like, does it have a special meaning? I think the only thing I know in Morse code is 3 short, 3 long, 3 short is an SOS. Other than that, I don't remember much. But I know there's a lot of people that have no clue what Morse code is, so there's that. At least I know what what it's at, like what it is. You don't need to know Morse codes anymore. You're probably right, but I want to say that like an SOS is a very universal thing. Like no matter where in the world you're at, that could be useful. So is that one? That one can be good to know. That's all you know as well. I think that's all you really need to know. Probably more useful, like if you're on the ocean or on an airplane or something. Those type of signals are more common in those settings, I guess. You used to have to learn Morse code and flag signals and the meaning. What replaces Morse code? Good question. I have no idea. Nothing replaces it, but you don't have to know it to get your license. One of the things with Morse code, though, is if you just have one of those, like, I guess, like a chart with all of the letters and stuff, if you just have one and know how to, like, well, you know, read it, I guess, or, you know, just listen to the code, you can decipher it. So just knowing the basics, you get a long way with that. Like you don't need to know it by heart. I just realized, like, I have no idea where I was when I started this live stream today on this one. Like, how far have we gotten progress-wise? But I've also been working on this for a bunch of hours today, so I don't know how much I've done today. I was working on this yesterday. Did I do some popcorns in the beginning of the stream, I think? I think I did some popcorns. Yeah, I want to say like in the middle of the popcorn row. So that is 5 rows ago. That's pretty good progress. More's not so much used anymore, but combinations of flags are still used. What type of flags are we talking about? You got your license if you need to get in touch with your husband if cell phone line goes down? That sounds like a practical thing. Did not know you needed a license, though. That is kind of, in a way, I don't know, that just slightly mind-boggling to me that you might need a license to operate a ham radio, but you don't need a license to own a weapon or like a gun. That is slightly mind-boggling. Cause that just, yeah. Probably like different in different states and whatnot, but like just that in and of itself. Flag A, white and blue is flown with the divers are down. Okay. Even different license classes, technician, general, and amateur. Amateur extra, each offering different operative privileges and requiring the passing of an examination administered by volunteered examiners. Yeah, I have no idea how it is here with tests and stuff. I have absolutely no idea. Just, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, my statement just made me a bit, I don't know, not confused, but it's just, is it very reasonable? Yes, you have very, pretty much no restrictions, it feels like. It just kind of amazed me, and I think if you really think about it yourself, you might also like realize that how is this even reasonable? Like a radio, it could be, is it that dangerous? Like how much damage can you do with a radio? I don't know. Am I overthinking it? You need a license to operate short radios on ships? Well, I guess it's a good thing if you know what you're doing. So you might need to like take a class or 3 for that. I'm guessing it has to do with like range or frequency or something. Short radio. Just me guessing here. If you have someone holding the mic button down and yapping to their friends, it blocks other, which could be an emergency. True. Very true. I kind of feel like that is something that people would, I don't use common sense for, but that could also sometimes be lacking. Oh, you need to put your own antenna up and you need to know how to do that? Well, that's a different situation then, for sure. If you got that type of situation. Makes sense. Okay, so we are getting at 2 a.m. in a minute. I've been here for 4 hours. My mini-me is probably going to be here in about, I don't know, 6, 7 hours, I think. So I'll be woken up at that point. And then I can go back to sleep again. But, yeah, I probably should wrap things up. Because I also need to sleep. Apparently, you need to do that from time to time. So I think now is a good time to do that. But I think we have done quite some nice progress today on this one. Yeah, I don't think my next live stream might be on the 4th of February for my birthday. There might be some possibilities before that, but I have no idea what my schedule's looking like. I just know that I have mini-me from tomorrow. So there's that. So if we don't see each other between now and then. Well, yeah, 4th of February is next time I know I will be here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. It's been an awesome evening. Pretty good length of a stream. Some new friends, some more subscribers. I'm just really still in awe that I got to like 1,600. It's a big milestone for me. So I really appreciate that. I appreciate all the subscribers, all the members, especially all the members. And thanks for all the thumbs up. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you know that. Love you all. But thanks for today. Have a great rest of your day. Have a good weekend. I'm gonna go and tuck myself in and hope my foot is better sooner rather than later. Who knows? I might be dancing around here on my birthday. I don't think so, but who knows? Fingers crossed, I guess. Take care, everyone, and bye for now.